Traveler, I'm grateful you've joined me tonight. This moment is yours, a chance to set aside the weight of the day and step fully into a story that waits quietly just for you. Find a comfortable place to settle, let your body soften, allow your hands and feet to release any tension. Take a slow, deep breath and let your mind drift as the world around you gently fades into quiet calm. And if you subscribe, it truly helps me create more journeys for your nights, bringing new worlds to you each week. So rest your head, loosen your shoulders, and let your senses open to what is about to unfold. Before the story begins, let me give you a glimpse of what stirs within this night's journey. You will follow a figure known only in whispers, a monk hollowed by secrets, yet filled with stories that stretch beyond the reach of ordinary time. You will drift into a forest of hanging lanterns, suspended mid-air, glowing softly like captured fireflies. A river of liquid light winds through the air itself, flowing upward and curling like smoke, carrying strange, weightless blossoms along its current. Floating gardens drift in silent arcs, petals that glimmer like molten glass, brushing past you without ever touching. There are sky bridges made of spun silver threads, quivering faintly under invisible winds, leading to platforms that seem to hold fragments of old dreams. You may hear distant hums of creatures that shimmer just out of focus, or whispers of forgotten chants that ripple through the glowing mist. This is a journey of subtle wonder, of unseen paths and floating marvel, a place where every sound and shimmer tells a fragment of legend. And soon you will step fully into the first chapter of the Ballad of the Hollow Monk, letting the world unfold around you, waiting without hurry. You awaken on a platform of softly humming crystal. Each step you take sends gentle ripples through its translucent surface. Beneath you, the world stretches in impossible layers, floating vase of golden mist, undulating like waves in slow motion. Above, pale orbs drift lazily, each one reflecting a fragment of some distant memory, a sound, a laugh, a sigh. You almost recognize the air is thick but weightless, carrying a scent that feels like quiet mornings and half-remembered dreams. Ahead, a figure waits, the hollow monk, robes shifting like liquid shadow, yet his form is neither solid nor gone. You notice that the air around him vibrates with faint notes, as if the world itself hums in response to his presence. He extends a hand, not toward you exactly, but toward a path that seems to unfold only when looked at directly. Floating staircases of spun silver curl upward, bending and twisting in ways that defy logic, some ending abruptly in mist, others continuing toward unseen heights. You take the first step and feel the surface beneath your feet pulse like soft breathing. Every movement seems to echo, not with sound, but with sensation, a tingling along your spine. Your fingertips, the soles of your feet, small lantern-like creatures drift around, glowing softly, their light brushing your skin like a whispered greeting. You hear a distant voice, not human, not animal, but carrying urgency and calm at once, beckoning you forward. The hollow monk gestures again, and the silver threads of a bridge ripple into existence, shimmering, unstable, yet utterly compelling. You step onto it, and the world bends slightly around you, the air shifting like liquid glass. With each step, more fragments of the environment emerge, floating flora that hum in harmony with the platform beneath you, lights that flicker in irregular patterns, shadows that seem to bend toward you without touching. You realize you are no longer simply observing, you are part of this world. Every motion, every breath, every heartbeat reverberating in its strange rhythm. And as you move forward, the hollow monk steps beside you, silently, guiding without speaking. Ahead, a glimmering portal of faintly pulsing light waits, seeming to lead somewhere between memory and dream. You take another step, and the platform ripples, bending under unseen currents, the lantern-like creatures circling closer. A soft hum rises around you, a sound you feel more than hear, vibrating through the air and the ground beneath your feet. This is where your journey truly begins, stepping beyond the ordinary into a realm that bends perception, waiting without hurry. You step through the pulsing portal, and the air immediately changes, warmer, denser, as though carrying the weight of unseen tides. Beneath your feet, the ground is no longer crystal. It feels soft and almost liquid, a shallow surface that supports you but shifts slightly with each movement. Floating above the surface are luminous platforms shaped like fractured leaves, connected by threads of glowing mist, swaying gently as though alive. The hollow monk moves beside you, silent, but his presence seems to guide the platforms into alignment for your steps. You reach the first platform. It hums faintly, a sound that resonates with the beat of your heart. As you step, small tendrils of light curl up from its edges, brushing against your legs like a gentle electric caress. Ahead, a bridge of liquid silver arcs across a mist-filled chasm. As you approach, it ripples under an invisible current, moving as if it breathes. You step carefully onto the bridge and notice the mist beneath is alive with shapes, vague forms of animals and birds that shimmer and vanish before you can identify them. Suddenly, a ripple distorts the bridge, a faint vibration you can feel in your feet, and a floating orb detaches from the mist below, moving directly toward you. The hollow monk raises a hand, and the orb hovers in place, pulsating gently. You realize it carries some form of consciousness, curiosity, recognition, perhaps even warning. The orb emits a soft, melodic hum, not loud, but vibrating through your chest, and you sense it wants you to follow. You do, stepping carefully as the bridge bends slightly under your weight, the hollow monk gliding beside you without effort. The orb leads you to a cluster of platforms that rotate slowly. Each rotation reveals new features, delicate structures that resemble nests made of light, floating geometries, and streaks of glowing pollen drifting through the air. As you step onto the next platform, the hollow monk gestures toward a structure that wasn't visible before, a tower-like formation built entirely of swirling mist and suspended threads of silver. It seems impossible, no solid walls, no doors, yet something inside draws you, a sound like wind and bells mixed together, soft, insistent, calling you forward. You take a deep breath and approach, feeling the mist partitions slide aside like curtains of air, each step revealing a new pattern of light and movement. Inside, suspended in midair, are dozens of floating spheres. Each one holds a scene, fleeting glimpses of other worlds, moments in time, or places you have never known. You reach out, and a sphere reacts, spinning slowly toward you, the image inside flickering, a vision of a small child running along a silver river under a violet sky. The hollow monk nods slightly, not in acknowledgement, but as though reminding you to notice, to absorb the moment. You continue through the misty tower and notice that some spheres begin to shift with your move, as if the environment itself is learning, responding to your presence. Suddenly, a sphere cracks open, a thin streak of light shooting toward you. It wraps gently around your wrist, humming with a strange resonance, filling you with energy that feels neither dangerous nor frightening, just alive. Aware, the hollow monk places his hand lightly on your shoulder, a silent signal to move forward deeper into the tower. Every step you take creates tiny ripples in the mist around you, shapes bending, reforming, some almost reaching for you, others hiding just out of sight. You begin to understand this world is not passive, it is sentient, watching, testing, guiding, and as you step toward the top of the tower, the mist thickens, soft curling around your legs, like slow-moving water, the spheres above, forming a slowly spinning spiral. The hollow monk gestures again, and one sphere detaches from the spiral, descending gently toward you. Inside, you glimpse an impossible city of lights, suspended in an endless sky. It hums with life, and you realize that the journey you began is not just moving through space, it is a test of perception, attention, and courage. The orb, the bridge, the floating platform, each was a challenge, a lesson, and ahead, something even greater waits. The hollow monk moves toward the descending sphere, and you follow, stepping lightly as the platforms shift beneath your feet. Every motion draws you further from the ordinary to the extraordinary. The descending sphere hovers before you, spinning slowly, casting soft glimmers across the mist around your legs. You reach out, your fingers brushing its smooth surface, and instantly a current of sensation flows through you. Images, sounds, memories, not your own, a language of feeling rather than words. The hollow monk steps beside you silently, his shadow or what feels like a shadow curling along the mist. Suddenly, the sphere splits into hundreds of tiny motes of light, swirling around you like a storm of fireflies, each one carrying a fragment of movement or sound. One mote darts forward faster than the rest. It circles your head before forming into a faintly humanoid shape. Tall, slender, made entirely of shimmering light, it tilts its head and hums a tone that resonates deep in your chest, as if asking a question you cannot speak. You step closer cautiously, the hollow monk's hand lightly brushing your shoulder, a grounding presence. The moted figure gestures toward a distant arch of swirling color. It pulses softly, like a heartbeat, calling you forward. You move, stepping from platform to platform, the mist shifting beneath your weight, forming gentle slopes and curves to guide your steps. The moted figure dances lightly ahead, leaving streaks of light that linger and then dissolve, like fleeting echoes of its motion. Suddenly, one of the floating platforms tilts unexpectedly, revealing beneath it a pool of liquid light, rippling with shapes that seem alive. You pause. The hollow monk places a hand near the edge. The liquid calms immediately, the shapes inside forming coherent images, vast forests of glowing flora, creatures with translucent wings, and rivers flowing upside down into the sky. The moted figure gestures again, pointing toward the nearest arch of color. You take a deep breath and step forward, the liquid pool stretching seamlessly into a bridge of pure light under your feet. Every step sends ripples through the bridge, the moted figure dancing alongside the ripples, sometimes ahead, sometimes circling behind you. A soft voice rises from the sphere motes, melodic, almost chanting, weaving through your thoughts. The hollow monk nods slightly, signaling that you are meant to listen, absorb, understand, not just move forward. You reach the arch of color. It shimmers and twists, a doorway without a frame, a portal between states of reality. The moted figure pauses at the threshold, tilts its head towards you, then flows through, vanishing into the swirl of light, leaving only a soft trail behind. You step through the arch, and immediately the air feels warmer, scented faintly, like rain on copper. A vast expanse opens before you, floating islands suspended in a sky of shifting violet and gold, currents of air owling invisible streams like rivers of glass. On the nearest island, structures rise that resemble towers, but their surfaces ripple like liquid metal. Bridges of suspended light connect them, and along these bridges, shadows move with purpose. You notice creatures perched atop the towers, tall and thin, their forms partially transparent, observing you quietly, blinking slowly, as if measuring your intentions. The hollow monk gestures toward one of the towers, a subtle indication that your next steps lie there. You begin moving across a bridge of light, feeling it bend slightly under your weight, small motes of light weaving around your ankles like threads of silk. As you advance, a sudden motion catches your eye. One of the tower dwellers has stepped forward. It glides without sound across the metal-like surface, reaching toward you. You pause, unsure of its intentions. The hollow monk remains calm beside you, a quiet anchor against the strangeness of this moment. The creature stops a breath and slowly extends a hand-like appendage, a gesture of offering rather than threat. On its palm rests a small cube of shifting light, pulsing gently in rhythm with your heartbeat. You realize it is not just an object, it is a key of some sort, a fragment of knowledge or power. The hollow monk steps back slightly, leaving the decision to you. Reach for it, or wait. You extend a hand. The cube shifts, hovering into your palm, warmth spreading through your fingers, a hum filling your ears softly. The creature bows slightly and retreats, blending into the tower's shimmering surface. With the cube in your hand, the hollow monk nods once and gestures toward a distant arch of twisting light. On another island, your journey continues, each step now carrying weight and possibility, a story unfolding with every motion. You step off the bridge of light, the cube still warm in your hand, its pulsing rhythm echoing faintly in the air around you. The next island stretches wide before you, jagged yet elegant forms rise from its surface. Towers of translucent crystal that hum softly, each surface etched with moving patterns that ripple like water. Beneath your feet, the ground seems semi-solid, a lattice of glowing filaments bending slightly as you walk, vibrating in subtle patterns that match the cube's pulse. A faint scent drifts through the air like metal and honey, sharp yet comforting, drawing your attention toward a large open space at the center of the island. Here, dozens of creatures gather, some humanoid, some elongated and floating, all made of light and shadow intertwined. They stop their movements as you approach, the air thick with anticipation. The hollow monk gestures for you to step forward. You do, and the cube in your hand begins to shine brighter. Suddenly the creatures raise their arms, streams of colored light erupt from their bodies, weaving intricate patterns in the space between you and them. The patterns shift rapidly, forming symbols you almost recognize, shapes that hint at language yet are not quite words. The cube vibrates, responding to the lights, pulsating faster with each intricate pattern that appears. One creature floats closer, its shape clearer now. Tall, thin, with limbs that ripple like liquid shadow. It holds a small orb in its hands, emitting soft sound like chimes underwater. It gestures toward you, inviting you to touch the orb. Hesitate, and the hollow monk's hand presses lightly on your back. Encouraging but patient, you extend your hand, fingertips brushing the orb's smooth surface. Immediately, the cube pulses stronger. Lights from the surrounding creatures twist and spiral toward you. The orb lifts into the cube, merging instantly with the shifting light within, warmth spreading through your chest and along your arms. a soft pressure of energy that feels both new and familiar. The creatures hum in unison, a sound you feel more than hear, vibrating through your spine and settling like a pulse in the soles of your feet. Suddenly, the ground beneath you tilts sharply, sending the glowing filaments rippling outward. But the hollow monk steadies you with a hand on your shoulder, calm, grounding, patient. The creatures begin to drift back, leaving trails of light behind, the center of the island now empty, except for you and the hollow monk. Above, the sky shifts in color, gold melting into violet, streams of luminescent mist swirling upward like silent tornadoes. At the far edge of the island, a floating staircase forms, made entirely of threads of light, woven together into a shimmering ribbon, twisting upward into the misty sky. The hollow monk gestures toward the staircase, the cube in your hand pulsing in anticipation. As you step onto the ribbon, it bends and stretches under your weight, rising higher with each careful step, floating motes of light spiraling around you like small galaxies. Midway, a sudden movement catches your eye. A figure appears on the next twist of the staircase, thin, glimmering, humanoid, yet alien, its face obscured by layers of refracted light. It pauses, tilts its head toward you, and not in words, but in a vibration you feel in your chest, a tone that resonates with the cube. You instinctively respond, and the staircase bends subtly, guiding you closer to the figure. With each step, the mist thickens, soft streams curling around your legs, yet the hollow monk stays beside you, silent, moving as if fat of the ribbon itself. The figure raises a hand-like appendage, a gesture of challenge or perhaps invitation. The cube pulses again. You realize this encounter is a choice. Interaction will shape what unfolds next. You extend your hand slowly toward the figure, feeling a warm current of energy connect from the cube to the being. It tilts slightly, then releases a stream of light that wraps around you, wrapping, coiling, merging, a new rhythm joining the cube's pulse. The staircase bends upward again, leading you through a tunnel of twisting mist and refracted lights toward a destination you cannot yet see. Every step carries sensation, awareness, and subtle discovery, a story unfolding with each motion. The staircase of woven light unfurls ahead, twisting upward into a dense mist of violet and gold. You climb slowly, the cube pulsing steadily in your hand, each pulse echoing faintly in the threads beneath your feet. Suddenly, a ripple passes through the ribbon, subtle at first, then growing, the threads vibrating in rapid, uneven patterns. A section of the staircase shifts sideways, bending sharply, as if alive, forcing you to adjust your balance carefully. The hollow monk glides beside you effortlessly, a steady presence in the sudden instability. Ahead, shapes begin to emerge from the mist. Tall, jagged forms that twist in impossible angles, moving independently, yet synchronized with the threads beneath your feet. You notice eyes forming in the shapes, faint glimmers, watching, studying, assessing your progress. The cube pulses faster, resonating with the vibrations of the shifting ribbon and the watching shapes. A sudden surge of wind carries sparks of light toward you, brushing past your face like tiny, electric whispers. One of the jagged forms moves faster than the others, reaching across the gap between threads toward you, its surface shifting, transparent in places, revealing glimpses of other worlds inside. You pause, the cube in your hand glowing brighter, energy rippling through your arms. The hollow monk's hand presses lightly on your back, grounding. The form extends tendrils of light toward the cube, testing, probing, waiting. You step forward deliberately, letting the cube's pulse align with the energy of the form. A quiet understanding passing between you. The jagged form recoils slightly, then splits into smaller fragments of light, orbiting the cube, as if acknowledging your presence. The ribbon beneath you stabilizes, bending smoothly again toward a new arch of glimmering threads. As you approach the arch, a sudden motion above catches your eye, a cluster of floating orbs, descending rapidly, each glowing with an inner rhythm different from the cube. The hollow monk gestures subtly toward the nearest orb, an invitation or perhaps a warning. You reach out, the orb vibrates lightly as your fingers brush it. Immediately the cube flares in response, the threads of the ribbon beneath you shivering with light. The orb lifts into the cube, merging seamlessly, sending a wave of sensation through your body, a warmth that spreads from your chest to your limbs. The descending cluster of orbs reacts, shifting in patterns, forming shapes that resemble wings, delicate, translucent, fluttering in rhythm with the cube. You realize the energy is not hostile, it wants interaction, exchange, understanding. The hollow monk remains silent beside you, observing, guiding, yet letting you make the choice. You continue upward along the staircase, each step now resonating with the harmonized pulse of cube and orbs, the jagged forms below retreating into the mist. A soft hum begins to rise from the distant threads above, a sound both ancient and new, vibrating through the air and your body simultaneously. The staircase twists again, the mist thickens, and faint lights appear in the distance, dancing slowly, almost like lanterns floating in a silent current. Among the lights, shapes begin to move with purpose, small creatures made of refracted color and liquid shadow, darting toward you in the cube. They weave through the threads of the staircase, brushing against your arms, leaving trails of light that linger briefly before vanishing. You step carefully, allowing the trails to guide you, the hollow monk beside you, his presence a constant anchor. Ahead, a larger platform of woven light begins to form, rising from the mist, like a stage awaiting the next act. You step onto it, the cube's pulse now steady and strong, responding to the energy of the creatures and the threads beneath you. A figure appears on the far edge of the platform, tall, cloaked in shadow and light, moving deliberately toward you. It raises a hand, gesturing toward the cube, and you sense that the next choice will define the path forward. Every thread, every pulse, every motion now feels alive. The figure stops a few steps away, cloaked in light and shadow that shifts with each breath it takes. It does not speak, yet the pulse of the cube resonates against it, like a silent conversation vibrating through the air. The creatures that had darted around you settle onto the edges of the platform, their forms quivering lightly as if holding their breath. The hollow monk steps slightly ahead of you, gesturing toward the figure, an unspoken instruction to move forward cautiously. You lift the cube in your hand, the orb inside spinning slowly, casting soft, refracted light onto the figure before you. Suddenly, the figure extends both arms, threads of shadow and color spiral outward, weaving into a lattice of shifting shapes. The lattice forms an archway, yet it feels alive, moving slightly, as if it can sense your intentions. The creatures on the platform chirp in harmonic patterns, their sound vibrating through the threads of the lattice. You step forward, the cube pulsing in response, aligning with the lattice's rhythm. The threads shift, opening spaces just wide enough for your passage. As you move through, the lattice responds dynamically. Some threads curl gently to guide your steps. Others recoil and then reform ahead of you. A sudden flash of light from the orb inside the cube illuminates hidden figures beneath the lattice, small beings made of refracted light and liquid mist. Watching quietly, you step carefully, each movement sending ripples through the thread, the hollow monk following silently, steadying your balance when needed. Halfway through, the lattice changes again. A section of threads drops, and spins like a carousel of glowing filaments. You notice shapes forming within the spinning thread, patterns resembling doors, keys, and symbols. One symbol pulses in time with the cube, brighter, more insistent, drawing your attention. The figure gestures subtly toward it, a silent invitation, or perhaps a warning. You reach out, fingertips brushing the symbol. Instantly, the lattice shifts, spinning and reweaving itself around you, creating a path forward. The cube pulses rapidly, the orb inside spinning faster than before, energy surging through your arms and legs. The lattice hums in harmony with the cube's energy, threads bending and stretching as if alive. You step forward, the threads guiding you toward a chamber of liquid light, the color shifting from soft violet to warm gold. Inside, the water-like surface ripples as small motes of light rise and fall with gentle rhythm. The figure gestures toward the motes, and they react to cube, spinning faster, forming shapes resembling keys, bridges, and pathways. You reach into the motes, and one drifts into the cube, merging seamlessly, sending a pulse of warmth through your chest. The lattice outside responds instantly, bending into an open archway that leads upward toward a floating island, shimmering with translucent towers. You step onto the final threads of the lattice, the creatures lifting into the air around you, a silent cheer or acknowledgement. The hollow monk gestures toward the floating island, and you feel the cube's pulse sync perfectly with the rhythm of the entire environment. Every step now carries purpose, energy, and awareness, the lattice behind collapsing gently into mist, the path forward illuminated softly by the merged light of the cube and the motes. You move upward toward the island, every motion a new discovery, a living world responding to your presence, waiting without hurry. You step off the lattice and onto the floating island, the air shimmering with faint currents of gold and violet. Beneath your feet, the surface feels soft, yet firm, a texture like woven silk infused with light, shifting gently under your weight. The translucent towers rise around you, each one humming softly, their surfaces moving like liquid glass, shapes forming and dissolving within. The hollow monk glides beside you, his presence steady, grounding, silent. A sudden motion catches your eye. A bridge of light curls between two towers, twisting and spinning as if testing anyone who dares cross it. As you approach, small creatures made of refracted color dart along the edges, trailing sparks that float in the air like tiny stars. One creature lands near your foot, tilts its glowing head toward the bridge, then leaps ahead, showing you a safe path through the twisting threads. You step onto the bridge carefully, feeling it bend under your weight, the cube in your hand pulsing gently in response to the creature's motion. Midway across, the bridge shifts sharply, and from the mist below, a wave of shadow light rises, twisting, curling, reaching toward you. The hollow monk raises a hand. The wave hesitates, then splits, flowing around you instead of touching. Above, fragments of floating light spiral downward, brushing your arms and face like invisible feathers, each one leaving faint trails of warmth and energy. You reach the far side, the bridge settling into a steady ribbon of glowing threads. Ahead, the largest tower rises, its tip lost in the swirling mist above, the surface etched with moving symbols that seem alive, shifting and rearranging in response to your presence. The hollow monk gestures toward a spiraling stair of light that circles the tower externally, inviting, yet subtly challenging. You ascend cautiously, the threads vibrating lightly beneath your feet, the cube in your hand resonating with each step. Midway up, the symbols on the tower's surface shift rapidly, forming shapes resembling hands, eyes, and doors, pulsing in time with your heartbeat. From one of the shapes, a stream of motes of light emerges, twisting towards you like a delicate tornado of color. You hold the cube up, and the motes swirl around, merging into a small sphere that hovers above the cube, radiating warmth and faint sound. Suddenly, a shadow passes across the tower surface, a figure like smoke and prism-colored glass, moving independently of the environment. It stops beside you, raising a hand toward the sphere above the cube, a gesture that feels like both instruction and invitation. You reach up, allowing the sphere to merge fully into the cube, a wave of energy surging through your body, the cube pulsing strongly, casting shifting patterns of light across the tower. The smoke prism figure steps back, dissolving into the tower's surface, leaving faint trails of color that linger like echoes. You continue ascending, each step revealing new facets of the tower, threads of light connecting the interior to floating platforms outside, shapes hovering in air that pulse with hidden life. Above, an archway of refracted energy forms, a threshold to the next stage of your journey. The cube pulsing in anticipation, the hollow monk steps forward slightly, silent encouragement to continue. You reach the archway, the threads and motes responding to your resonance, bending and spiraling in harmony with the cube. Stepping through, the mist curls around you, soft, golden, and violet shapes and light swirling, carrying you gently to the next floating expanse. Every movement feels alive, every sensation carries meaning, a story unfolding step by step. You step onto the new floating expanse, the surface a lattice of woven light that hums faintly under your feet. Above, the sky swirls in shifting patterns of violet and gold, currents of luminescent mist, drifting like liquid threads. The hollow monk glides beside you, silent, steady, his robes flowing like shadows that bend to the light. Ahead, a series of floating platforms stretches outward, each shaped like a crescent, twisting and rotating slowly in the air. Between the crescents, streams of motes swirl, forming bridges of soft energy that shimmer and ripple. You step onto the first crescent, it tilts slightly, the cube pulsing in your hand, syncing with the movement beneath you. From the mist below, shapes rise, faint forms resembling eyes, wings, and hands, watching, probing, shifting with your motion. One shape separates from the rest, moving faster, closer to you. A creature of refracted light, tall and thin, limbs curling like flowing ribbons. It stops a step away, extending a tendril of light toward the cube, an invitation, a test, or perhaps both. You move closer, aligning the cube's pulse with the creature's tendril. Energy flows, connecting you, the cube, and the shape into a single rhythm. The crescent tilts sharply, and a series of additional crescents rise from the mist, forming a spiraling path upward. Each step brings new challenges. Some crescents rotate faster, others sway unpredictably. Motes of light spiral around your legs and arms, brushing like gentle whispers. You reach a platform where a pool of liquid light stretches across the surface, ripples rising with each heartbeat. The refracted creature hovers above, gesturing toward the cube. Then the pool, you understand the task. Align the cube with the flow of light in the pool. You place the cube near the surface, and instantly, the liquid light responds, rising, spinning, forming shapes that resemble keys, bridges, and doors. The hollow monk steps beside you, silent guidance, ready to steady you if the pool shifts abruptly. You step onto a newly formed bridge of liquid light, its surface warm, responsive, bending slightly under your weight. Ahead, the cube pulses rapidly, sending energy through the threads of the bridge shapes in the air above. forming symbols and signs you cannot fully comprehend. A sudden surge lifts the bridge slightly, motes spiraling around you in a protective dance. The refracted creature moves beside you, guiding the bridge's flow with subtle gestures of its tendrils. You reach the far side, a crescent that holds a small pedestal of glowing threads. On it rests a sphere of dense, refracted light. The hollow monk gestures toward it, inviting you to place the cube within the sphere. The cube merges, sending a wave of energy outward, the entire floating expanse responding bridges of light, forming to islands beyond, threads spinning in harmony with the cube's pulse. The refracted creature bows slightly, then dissolves into the air, leaving only trails of light that linger, fading slowly. You step onto the newly formed bridge toward the next island, the air filled with soft hums and shifting light. Every motion, every pulse, every interaction now feels alive, the world responding to you, testing you, guiding you. And as you move forward, the hollow monk glides beside you, the cube steady in your hands. You step onto the next island, the surface smooth and semi-transparent, glowing faintly with currents of moving light beneath your feet. The hollow monk hovers beside you, silent, patient, guiding without words. Ahead, a vast arch of fractured light rises into the sky, shifting, rotating, bending in impossible angles. Threads of luminous energy stretch outward from its center. As you approach, the cube pulses in response, faster now, stronger, vibrating against your palm like a living heartbeat. Suddenly, a ripple passes through the air, and shapes emerge from the arch, forms made of refracted light and shadow, tall, angular, moving independently of the threads beneath you. They surround the archway, circling slowly, observing, waiting. One shape breaks from the formation, moving directly toward you, its surface rippling with impossible reflections. It raises a hand-like appendage, and the cube responds instinctively, pulses of light shooting outward, aligning with the being's motion. The surface beneath you shifts suddenly, glowing threads bending and twisting like liquid, creating new paths and obstacles with each step. You move carefully, the hollow monk gliding beside you, ready to steady you if the threads shift too sharply. The figure before you extends another appendage, a spiral of refracted energy forming around the cube, pulling, testing, measuring. You feel a current of resistance, the cube pushing back gently against the pull, pulses syncing with your heartbeat. The threads beneath your feet rise and fall, forming arches, waves, and gaps. Small motes of light swirling around your legs and arms. You adjust the cube, aligning its pulse with the spiral of energy around you. Immediately, the threads stabilize slightly, a narrow path forming to a glowing pedestal ahead. The angular figure hovers beside the pedestal, gesturing toward the cube, indicating that placing it will open the next stage of the journey. You step onto the pedestal carefully, holding the cube high. The spiral of energy wraps around it, merging with the orb inside. The figure recoils slightly, then dissolves into streams of light that spiral upward into the arch above. The threads beneath you shift one final time, forming a bridge of translucent energy leading to a floating platform beyond. Motes of light follow you across the bridge, swirling gently, leaving trails that linger in the air like ephemeral stars. The hollow monk glides beside you, a steady presence against the shifting landscape. You feel the cube's pulse in perfect harmony with the threads, the bridge, and the air itself, energy flowing through every step you take ahead. The next island glows softly, suspended structures of light twisting upward, towers connected by ribbons of glowing mist. The air hums with subtle vibration, threads of light moving independently, yet in harmony with your motion. Every step now carries weight and discovery. The floating islands, the threads, the shapes and beings around you, all alive, interacting, guide. And as you approach the next platform, the hollow monk glides silently beside you, the cube steady in your hand. Threads of light weaving patterns that pulse in response to the cube. Above, the sky swirls with violet and gold currents, faint arcs of energy connecting distant floating islands, a subtle hum vibrating in the air. The hollow monk glides beside you, silent, attentive, his shadow bending with the light around you. Ahead, a series of towers rise, their surfaces like liquid glass, reflecting shapes that seem familiar yet impossible. Bridges of woven light curl between them, twisting, spiraling, sometimes splitting into multiple paths. Motes of light hover near the edges of the bridges, swirling in small spirals, hovering, then darting ahead. A sudden ripple passes through the platform, and shapes emerge from the towers, elongated beings of refracted light and shadow, circling slowly. Observing, one figure detaches and moves toward you, its limbs curling and extending like flowing ribbons. It stops a breath away and raises an appendage toward the cube, pulses of energy radiating outward. You raise the cube, its light merging with the tendrils of the figure. Threads beneath your feet bending to accommodate the energy flow. Suddenly, the bridges shift sharply, tilting, rotating, breaking into smaller sections that hover independently. The motes of light react, forming temporary handholds and pathways in the air. Trails of glowing threads weaving to guide you. You step carefully, the cube pulsing faster with each motion, the hollow monk beside you, steadying the floating paths when needed. Midway, one of the smaller platforms twists unexpectedly, revealing a pool of dense refracted light, shapes inside flowing like liquid glass. The figure gestures toward the pool. The cube responds instinctively, sending a pulse that ripples across the surface. Light rises from the pool, forming a bridge of shifting color and motion, bending and twisting as you move across. The hollow monk glides beside you, his hand occasionally brushing your shoulder for balance, a calm anchor amidst the dynamic environment. As you near the far side, the figure releases a stream of motes that spiral around the cube, forming symbols that seem like instructions without word. You align the cube's pulse with the symbol's threads bend. The bridge stabilizes, and new pathways unfold toward the next tower. Above, faint shapes shimmer in the mist, glimpses of other travelers, other beings, floating silently along unseen paths. You step onto the final platform of this trial, the cube glowing steadily in your hands, pulses harmonizing with the light, the motes, the threads beneath your feet. The figure nods slightly, then dissolves into spirals of light that rise into the sky, leaving behind trails that fade slowly. You take a deep breath, feeling the energy of the cube flow through your body. The bridges, platforms, and motes now calm and responsive. The hollow monk gestures toward a distant arch of golden light, your next destination. Every step forward feels purposeful, every pulse, every ripple, every interaction, carrying meaning, waiting without hurry. You move toward the distant arch of golden light, the threads of the platforms shifting subtly beneath your feet. The hollow monk glides beside you, silent, patient, a calm presence amid the shifting energy of the floating islands. Ahead, the next island begins to take form, emerging from the mist like a living sculpture. The surface is composed of intertwined strands of luminous fiber, weaving patterns that twist and coil like living serpents. Small spheres of light drift slowly above the surface, pulsing softly, rising and falling like breaths. You step carefully onto the island, each strand bending gently under your weight, sending vibrations up your legs that harmonize with the cube's pulse. A sudden movement catches your eye. A creature rises from the strands, long, slender, and composed of translucent light and shadow. It hovers before you, limbs curling and uncurling like liquid motion, eyes forming briefly in its surface, then dissolving again into patterns of light. The hollow monk gestures subtly toward the cube, a reminder that your pulse guides the environment. You lift the cube, feeling its rhythm align with the strands beneath you. Immediately the strands respond, weaving a path forward like a living ribbon of light. The creature mirrors your movement, extending a tendril toward the cube, then retracting it, testing your response. You move cautiously, stepping along the ribbon, strands bending and curling to accommodate your path. The creature following, shifting its patterns in harmony with your pulse. Ahead, a sudden rise in the strands forms an archway of intertwined light, hovering above the surface. From the archway, streams of motes descend, spinning and twisting, brushing against your arms and face like invisible feathers. The cube pulses rapidly, responding to the energy in the motes. The creature circling around you, weaving patterns in the air. You notice small platforms forming from the strands below, rising slowly, shifting in position, creating stepping points toward the archway. Each step requires balance and awareness. The strands vibrating beneath your feet, the motes swirling around your hands. The hollow monk glides silently beside you, offering stability without words. As you reach the archway, the cube pulses intense, sending streams of energy into the descending motes, weaving a bridge of light upward. The creature hovers near the archway, its surface shimmering with new patterns, forming shapes resembling keys, doors, and pathways. You extend your hand, aligning the cube with the patterns. Immediately, the bridge stabilizes, threads of light intertwining into a smooth path toward the next platform. Above, the island below shifts subtly, strands curling and settling into new position. The creature hovering for a final moment, then dissolving into sparks of light that drift upward. You step onto the bridge of woven light, the cube steady in your hands. The path ahead, twisting and spiraling through currents of violet and gold mist. Every motion carries purpose, sensation, and discovery. Threads, motes, and pulsing light, responding to your presence. The air hums faintly with energy, currents of gold and violet swirling in intricate patterns around you. The hollow monk glides beside you, his presence steady, a grounding force in the ever-shifting landscape. Ahead, a massive structure rises from the island, a lattice of refracted light, twisting and folding into impossible angles. The surface shimmers with moving symbols, some like keys, others like eyes, others abstract shapes you cannot name. You notice threads of light stretching from the lattice to floating motes in the air, pulsating softly, as if alive. Stepping closer, you feel the cube in your hand responding, its pulse syncing with the threads around the lattice. Suddenly, the lattice shifts, parts rotating, twisting, creating gaps and bridges in midair. Motes of light rise and fall around you, forming temporary pathways, spiraling bridges and stepping stones to guide you forward. A tall figure emerges from the lattice, composed of shimmering light and shadow, limbs curling fluidly, eyes forming and dissolving across its surface. It gestures toward the cube, pulses radiating outward, challenging, inviting, testing. You lift the cube, energy flows through your hands into the lattice, and the figure, threads bending and twisting in response. The figure moves beside you, guiding a path along a spinning bridge of light, each step requiring careful timing and awareness. Halfway across, a sudden ripple shifts the bridge sharply. Motes of light dart to stabilize the path. You adjust your balance, feeling the cube vibrate with each motion, aligning pulse with energy, presence with motion. Ahead, the lattice twists into a spiraling archway. Inside, pools of refracted light flow like liquid glass, currents rising and falling with subtle rhythm. The figure gestures toward a pool. The cube pulses in response, energy spiraling from your hand into the liquid light. The surface of the pool rises, forming a bridge of flowing color and motion, bending, twisting, shifting as you step across. The hollow monk glides beside you silently, steadying your path when the bridge shifts unexpected. Motes of light swirl around your arms and legs, brushing softly, leaving trails of color in their wake. You reach the far side. The cube pulses strongly, sending waves of energy into the lattice and the floating strands around. The figure steps back, dissolving into trails of refracted light, floating upward, leaving lingering patterns in the mist. Ahead, a new platform forms, threads of woven light connecting it to distant island shapes of towers and floating arches, appearing softly in the misty distance. You step forward carefully, the cube's pulse syncing perfectly with the threads and motes around you. Every movement carries sensation, purpose, and subtle discovery. The island alive, responsive. You step onto the new platform, the threads beneath your feet humming softly with light. Above, currents of violet and gold swirl like liquid air, refracted shapes drifting gently through the mist. The hollow monk glides beside you, silent, patient, steadying your presence amidst the shifting energy. Ahead, a structure rises from the platform, a crystalline lattice of spiraling threads and floating prisms, shapes moving independently yet harmonized with each other. Small motes of light hover near the edges, spinning and pulsing softly, as if observing you. You step closer, the cube in your hand responding to the lattice's energy, a soft vibration that flows through your arms and legs. Suddenly, a figure emerges from within the prisms, tall and ethereal, its surface flowing with liquid light and shadow. It moves toward you, extending limbs that curl and stretch like ribbons of refracted color. The cube pulses rapidly as you hold it high, streams of energy connecting you to the figure, threads of the lattice bending and twisting in response. A sudden motion in the lattice sends floating platforms spinning slowly, shifting the paths forward. You step onto a platform. As it rotates, motes of light swirling around you, leaving ephemeral trails that guide your motion. The figure gestures toward the cube, pulses of energy shooting outward, shaping the lattice in spirals, arches, and bridges. You align the cube with the lattice's pulse. The platforms stabilize, threads of light weaving a clear path upward toward a glowing archway. The hollow monk glides beside you, offering silent guidance. A surge of light passes through the lattice, shapes within the prisms shifting rapidly, forming doors, keys, and symbols you instinctively understand. You reach the archway, stepping carefully onto a bridge of refracted threads that bends and stretches with your motion. Motes of light spin around your arms and legs, brushing softly, leaving trails of warmth and color. Suddenly, a surge from the cube sends a wave of energy outward. The lattice responds immediately, threads rearranging into a path toward the next island. The ethereal figure bows slightly, dissolving into spirals of light that drift upward into the sky. You continue across the bridge, threads of light bending, motes of energy spinning in response to your pulse. The hollow monk glides silently beside you, his presence steady, anchoring you amidst the living, shifting landscape. Ahead, a new platform emerges, floating towers of translucent light, twisting upward, arches and bridges forming slowly in the violet mist. Every step now carries awareness, sensation, and discovery. The threads, motes and lattice. Above, the sky swirls with drifting arcs of violet and gold, faint whispers of energy brushing against your skin. The hollow monk glides beside you, silent, steady, a calm presence amid the shifting threads and motes. Ahead, a towering formation rises from the platform, a structure of refracted light, twisting into spirals and arches that seem to breathe. Floating prisms circle the formation, rotating and shifting independently, yet harmonized with unseen rhythms. Motes of light drift gently in the air, brushing softly against your arms and face like warm wind. As you step closer, a sudden ripple shakes the platform, threads bending, coiling, and rising into new formations. From the spiraling formation, a figure emerges, tall and fluid, made of refracted light and shadow, limbs curling and stretching like liquid ribbons. It moves toward you, gesturing toward the cube, pulses of energy radiating outward, merging with the threads beneath your feet. You lift the cube, energy surging through it, threads bending and curling in response, forming platforms, bridges, and stepping points toward the next archway. The hollow monk glides beside you, steadying the platforms with subtle gestures of his hands. Suddenly, a surge from the cube sends waves of light outward. The prisms twist rapidly, forming symbols, doors, and pathways that pulse in rhythm with your heartbeat. You step carefully, aligning each movement with the pulsing threads, the cube vibrating in perfect harmony with the environment. Halfway across, a floating platform tilts sharply. Motes of light spin around you, brushing against your legs and arms, stabilizing your motion with subtle currents. Ahead, the spiraling structure forms an archway of liquid light, hovering above the shifting threads. You lift the cube, aligning its pulse with the archway's energy. Threads weave together, forming a smooth path forward. The ethereal figure moves beside you, curling limbs creating temporary bridges of light and energy to guide your passage. You reach the far side, the cube pulsating strongly, sending waves of energy into the floating platforms and threads. The figure bows slightly, dissolving into trails of refracted light that spiral upward into the sky. The hollow monk gestures toward a distant island, floating towers shimmering softly in the violet gold mist. You step forward, threads and motes responding to each movement, every pulse, every vibration, every step carrying meaning and awareness. Above, the currents of violet and gold shimmer and twist, motes of light drifting like soft sparks in slow arcs. The hollow monk glides beside you, silent, steady, a calm presence amidst the ever-shifting energy. Ahead, a massive tower of refracted light rises from the island, spirals twisting impossibly upward, arches forming and dissolving like living shapes. The threads beneath your feet pulse in gentle waves, responding to the cube in your hand, your heartbeat syncing with its rhythm. Suddenly, the surface of the island shifts sharply, floating platforms rising and falling, motes of light spinning around you in arcs that guide your motion. From within the spirals of the tower, a figure emerges, ethereal, tall, composed of flowing light and shadow. limbs curling like liquid ribbons. It moves toward you, pausing a breath away, pulses radiating outward. Aligning with the cube's rhythm, you lift the cube, feeling the energy flow through it into the threads, the figure, and the surrounding motes. The platforms shift again, forming stepping points that rise and fall in rhythm with the cube's pulses. The hollow monk glides beside you silently, guiding subtle currents of light to stabilize the path forward. As you move closer to the tower, the spirals twist unexpectedly, revealing hidden threads that form bridges and arcs through the mist. You reach the first archway of refracted light, lifting the cube high. Streams of energy wrap around it, weaving the threads into a steady path. Motes of light swirl around your arms and legs, brushing softly, leaving lingering trails of color and warmth in their wake. The ethereal figure gestures subtly toward a higher platform, pulses of energy rising from the cube. In response, you step forward, ascending carefully, threads bending and twisting beneath your weight, platforms rising and rotating to form a continuous path. Halfway up, a ripple passes through the tower, prisms shifting and forming symbols, keys, and door-like shapes along your path. You align the cube with these symbols, energy surging outward, stabilizing the threads and forming a bridge to the top of the tower. The figure bows slightly, dissolving into trails of refracted light that spiral upward into the violet gold sky. You step onto the final platform at the top of the tower, the cube steady in your hands, pulses harmonizing with the floating threads and motes around you. Ahead, an arch of golden light forms, inviting and mysterious, the next step in your journey unfolding naturally. Every motion, every pulse, every sensation carries purpose, the world alive and responsive, waiting without hurry. The hollow monk glides beside you, calm, silent, steadying your presence in the shifting currents of mist and color. Ahead, a vast expanse opens before you, floating islands of refracted light stretching into the distance. Spirals, arches, and towers twisting impossibly through the air. Motes of light drift lazily around your body, brushing softly like whispers against your skin. The cube pulses gently in your hand, harmonizing with the threads beneath you and the flowing currents above. Suddenly, a ripple of energy passes through the expanse. Shapes emerge from the mist, tall, ethereal figures of refracted light and shadow, observing, waiting, shifting rhythmically. You lift the cube, sending gentle pulses outward. The shapes respond, curling and bending in fluid arcs of color and light. Platforms of woven threads rise from the mist, forming stepping points toward a distant tower that glows with soft golden energy. You step carefully, the cube guiding the threads and stabilizing each platform beneath your feet. Motes of light spiraling gently in response to your motion. The hollow monk glides beside you, occasionally brushing a hand to adjust a thread or stabilize a bridge of light. Midway across, a sudden surge lifts you slightly, threads bending and twisting in complex patterns, motes spinning faster around your arms and legs. You align the cube's pulse with the surge. The platforms settle into a smooth path forward, energy flowing evenly through the threads and islands. Ahead, the tower rises higher, spirals and arches forming intricate patterns of refracted light, streams of golden mist curling upward around it. A figure emerges near the top, smaller yet radiant, limbs flowing fluidly, gestures inviting yet mysterious. You ascend carefully, the cube pulsing softly with each step, threads forming bridges, arches, and spirals in response to your presence. As you reach the final platform, the figure approaches, its surface shimmering with warm light and shadow. It gestures toward the cube, and instinctively, you place it gently on a pedestal of woven light. The cube merges with the pedestal, sending waves of gentle energy outward. Threads, islands, and motes harmonizing into a soft golden glow. The expanse settles around you, floating islands quivering softly, spirals and arches rotating slowly in quiet rhythm. The hollow monk stands beside you, silent and steady, his presence a grounding calm in the gentle light. You feel a sense of completion, the journey's energy settling into gentle harmony, every thread, mote and pulse flowing in balance. Ahead, distant islands shimmer with soft light, hinting at worlds beyond. Waiting quietly, you breathe deeply, the cube steady in your hand, the expanse calm and welcoming. You step forward from the pedestal, the threads beneath your feet glowing softly like liquid gold. The hollow monk glides beside you, silent, steady, a calm presence anchoring the shifting light around you. Ahead, the expanse opens into a gentle horizon of floating islands bathed in soft violet and golden mist. Motes of light drift lazily around you, brushing softly like warm whispers against your skin. The cube pulses gently in your hand, energy flowing evenly through the threads, the islands, and the air itself. You notice shapes forming softly in the mist, arches, spirals, and towers appearing and dissolving. Without hurry, the hollow monk gestures subtly toward the horizon, a silent invitation to move forward, to explore yet not rush. You step onto a bridge of woven light, threads bending and flowing under your feet, motes spinning slowly in harmonious patterns. A gentle current lifts you slightly, carrying the cube's pulse through the air like a song of soft energy. You walk across the bridge, every step calm, deliberate, the floating islands stretching peacefully into the distance. Motes of light brush past your arms and legs, leaving trails of gentle warm threads beneath your feet, responding with quiet rhythm. Ahead, a golden arch appears softly in the mist, the final point of the journey, glowing with serene light. You place the cube gently in the center of the arch, pulses of energy radiating outward, harmonizing the islands, threads and motes around you. The hollow monk stands beside you silently, nodding once, a gesture of quiet acknowledgement. The mist rises slowly, drifting gently across the islands, carrying soft whispers of light and energy across the horizon. You take a deep breath, feeling the journey's energy settle within you, every pulse, every vibration, every thread flowing in gentle harmony. The islands, the bridges, the motes of light, and the threads respond softly, a world alive yet calm, quiet and inviting. You sense the expanse stretching beyond sight, mysteries waiting softly in the distance. But all is calm and safe here. The hollow monk glides beside you one last time, silent and steady, a presence of gentle guidance and reassurance. You close your eyes for a moment, feeling the cube's pulse in sync with your own, a perfect rhythm of calm and light. The world around you softens, colors dim slightly, threads coiling gently, motes slowing in their dance. Every breath, every pulse, every sensation carries serenity, the journey complete, yet the world beyond still waiting quietly. You feel safe, unhurried, and at peace, drifting gently into calm, ready for sleep. The ballad of the hollow monk rests here for now, a world of light, threads and gentle motion, lingering softly in your mind.